Great. Hi, everyone. Hi, and welcome to this In Conversation event as part of the Disrupt Festival. My name is Mark Rana, and I will be hosting, and I will have the fun bit of asking questions. But there will be about 10 minutes for questions at the end for audience to ask. So I think there's an option where you can put that somehow in the chat. So the theme for this conversation is collective power, and how responses to the pandemic have illuminated the power of co-production, innovation, creativity, and collaboration. And my guests here are invited to talk directly to that theme, or they can talk around it. So first, I'd like my guests to briefly introduce themselves. So perhaps Amy?
Yes, hello everybody. Thank you so much for having me today. My name is Amy Dignam. I am one of the founding mothers of Maternal Journal. I am an artist, a curator, a birth activist, and the mother of 3 children. I'm also a person with a lived experience of postnatal depression, and that's how I originally got involved with Maternal Journal. Since then, I've been expanding my skills, and I trained as a hypnobirthing teacher, and during the pandemic I studied to become a doula, and I co-founded a project called Play the Race Card, and I also illustrated a children's book written by mental health nurse Jane Fisher. In that book we kind of explored the theme of maternal mental health.
Wow, but brilliant, Amy. And I think it kind of reminds me, for some of us, actually, the pandemic has been really busy and non-stop. And it sounds like it's been like that for you.
Yes.
Mo, how about, would you like to introduce yourself?
Thank you. That's quite one to follow. Okay, so yes, I am Mo, and I wear lots and lots of hats, and I'm just thinking, which one do I share with you? I'm one of the founding mothers of Maternal Journal as well. It's sort of an incredible project, really, in so many ways, very empowering, for all those who get involved. Definitely for me. I chair my local Maternity Voices Partnership as well, which is an NHS multidisciplinary working group that brings together NHS staff in maternity alongside parents to really work together, really, to make sure they're listening to parent voices to develop and improve the maternity service. And my sort of varied experience with my first child was what brought me to this, because I think birth is such an important thing in someone's life, and it really does change your life. Motherhood makes and breaks and makes, as I like to say. And yes, I'm really passionate about all things maternity, all things, the mother baby, and my work is within that. Kind of my day job, which is now kind of more relegated, is a teacher. So I teach, and it's something as well that is very important to me. So and I love learning. I'm a lifelong learner. I write, I blog, I love poetry. I create in a range of ways, and I'm still coming to terms with motherhood. Maybe I'll get there one day.
One day, yes. It's a long journey, but an exciting one.
Yes.
Thanks, Mo.
Thank you.
Linda.
Hi, thank you so much for inviting me, Mar. It's great to be here. Tough acts to follow. And I agree, it's a lifelong journey. I think my daughter might be listening in. She's 26 now, so I'm still learning. So I'm a part-time GP, medical educator. I teach medical students, and I'm a coach. I coach doctors. So I'm really passionate about doctors' well-being, because doctors are human too.
Yeah.
And it's been a particularly tough time for all healthcare professionals, as we're all aware. So I've always been passionate about the arts, and my background is medical humanities. So I facilitate workshops for doctors using poetry, cartooning, movement, performance, magic, and as a way of reflecting on practice, as a well-being exercise, but also as an opportunity to experience the power of arts for our patients too, really. I think if people experience something firsthand, then they really get it, don't they? And they think they can recommend it to their patients too. So I think that's me. As you say, Mo, when you've got lots of hats, it's easy to forget one or other. I suppose my other one is as a researcher, which is how I know Mar. So my research is founded around this practice. And I will say a quick thank you to the worshipful company of Couriers Millennium Fund for funding my research.
Brilliant. Has to be done. All the credits need to be done. Well, thanks everyone to kind of to be here, and I feel that I'm going to learn a lot as well. And I think, as I said, I'm in the sort of the nice position of kind of asking questions and listening. So perhaps I'll start off with my first question, and because I'm a bit mindful, we're here for 45 minutes, so I'll keep an eye on time. So I'll try and move this along, but kind of keep the conversation flowing. So my first question, and it really is just a starting point, and maybe I'll start with you, Linda, is how has the pandemic kind of affected or changed the way that you've been working?
I think that's a really important question for all of us, I'm sure. And I think there are three things really that have come out of working in a different way. I think, first of all, there was even greater recognition of the need for what I do for doctors particularly. And I think a lot of people were very isolated. So with our theme of community, I think that's really important. You know, practitioners are often working on their own for 10 hours a day, you know, with just contact with their patients. So that was really important. I think, you know, there's a lot for doctors who have developed mental health problems and stress and burnout. There's the practitioner health program is fantastic, but there's very little in terms of salutogenesis, which is a lovely word, I think, which is, you know, well-being and prevention, isn't it? So I think that was the one thing, greater recognition of the need. The second challenge really was creating psychological safety in the virtual world, which I'm sure everybody else can relate to as well. You know, that feeling that it's a safe space, but also maintaining a positive psychology focus. So there's research that shows that if you do a vague debrief with people after stressful times, that can actually be harmful and can contribute to post-traumatic stress disorder. So I think as facilitators, we've got a real ethical responsibility to be caring for the people that we're working with. So I think having a positive focus, you know, what are we grateful for? What are we looking forward to with optimism? An appreciative inquiry, appreciating the work that people are doing. I think those are the key things that tie into that. And then the third final thing is the advantages of being online, which I don't think any of us could have predicted. So no travel. Before the pandemic, people were at the end of their 10-hour day having to travel into central London for these workshops. But now they can just turn on, you know, that whichever platform. I won't promote any particular platforms. And we had people from overseas joining us as well, which was wonderful, really. So lots of positives and lots of new collaborations with artists, performers, wonderful librarians from the Wellcome Galleries I worked with, and a fabulous magician. And Taliba Rivers Graham, a jazz singer, I worked with her, fantastic. So lots of positives, I think. Yeah.
Well, I mean, that sounds amazing. And I think, I mean, and I'd like to come back to that a bit later after we've spoken to Amy and Mo about, you mentioned about a brief debrief is actually more harmful than good. But you also talked about the greater recognition of the need. And I was thinking maybe, because I was very aware, in articles in newspapers about the kind of the lack of not resources, but, for expectant mothers or new mothers, that they were kind of disconnected from the community, from their family. And in some cases, it seems like the partners who maybe perhaps couldn't even attend the birth with them. And so that must have been very strange for a lot of new mothers. So I guess going back to that question about how the kind of pandemic affected the way that maybe Maternal Journal was working, Amy and Mo, do you want to kind of touch on that perhaps?
Yeah, sure. First of all, I wanted to say that I have forgotten at the beginning to also say that I'm also Maternity Voices Partnership co-chair at Chelsea and Westminster. So, I'm just saying this for what you've just said, because we witnessed firsthand how pregnant women during the pandemic have lived in fear and distress, really, and going to hospital alone, in some to hospital appointments alone, and in some cases having to birth alone as well. So it's been a really rough time. But within our Maternity Voices and our trust, we really try to do our best and inform our community and be present and make sure that they felt listened to and safe, and so we did a lot of that work. But in terms of the pandemic with Maternal Journal, yes, so we moved online. A lot of obviously the pandemic came with positive and negative aspects, and of course online meant that we could still communicate and connect even though we were restricted in our own homes. And during the pandemic, many Maternal Journal groups moved online. I personally ran 2 groups, but it was very challenging because, as we very well know, the pandemic hit women harder and almost shifted us back onto a decade when women have been more likely than men to have lost their jobs and were burdened with most part of their home schooling and general family care whilst trying to maintain those jobs. So it's been an emotional journey, and leading those workshops was important, but also more challenging because we couldn't physically support one another. So you might see someone getting upset on screen, and when you would usually get up and offer a glass of water and maybe hold someone's hand, you couldn't do it. So in that sense, it's been really testing. But it was still really amazing to be able to enter that room and know that you could be yourself without any judgment and create a safe space for everybody to be in.
And I was wondering, Mo, did you have any what was your kind of experience of working with Maternal Journal?
Yeah, just the movement to everything going sort of virtual, really. And of course, there are the ups and downsides of that, as Amy already said. And one of the sort of both up and down, I suppose, is even this event, like without the Corona coaster, as I like to refer to it sometimes, it will probably be in person, wouldn't it? Which is great, but then for me, it would mean dealing with, what's going to happen to my older children with school and trying to arrange childcare for them and all the inconveniences and worries that come with that. And then my youngest child, it's sort of, trying to get on the train and all the palavers that come with that, because now she wants to walk around, and the train is not the place for a toddler to toddle around. But some things don't change. Like, I'm holding her right now, breastfeeding as I speak, keeping her sleeping, which means I can sort of get some work done, like be here. So yeah, it's been a mixture, and I suppose also a testament really to our human adaptation. We get on with it and somehow we make it work. But as Amy said, I think mothers really, the impact on mothers is very, very significant in a way that is very different, I think, for a lot of other groups in society, because we have to deal with the children, and it's just a lot more intense. The juggle has always been real, but so much more pressured and packed with the pandemic, yeah.
Absolutely. And I think for me, what I'm hearing, it is this emotional impact. And okay, yes, it is about kind of mental health and kind of looking after yourself, but it's also this kind of emotional disconnect that can also be sort of challenging to kind of negotiate. And I've kind of heard that in all the sort of in what all the three of you were saying. So I was kind of curious to maybe come back to you, Linda, and then I'll come back to you, Amy and Mo. But Linda, you were saying about this kind of a brief debrief was kind of perhaps more harmful than good. Could you explain a little bit more about that?
Yes, I think the research suggests that a vague sort of unstructured debrief with somebody that hasn't got any psychological training can potentially be harmful. So I think that's why I deliberately make my offering very clear that what we're going to be doing is a positive psychology focus session, looking for the positives, because in medicine people always tend to reflect on the negatives. We've got a really strong negativity bias, and the systems propagate that. We're encouraged to reflect on things that could have gone better, and very rarely do people reflect on the positives. So I think we need a bit of a rebalancing, really, with that. So what I do is get people to cartoon their sparkling moments from work. And there's something really interesting about cartooning. And I think this overlaps with the journaling as well. I think when you're drawing a situation, you kind of break it down into components and you think about it in a different way. And that really fascinates me, that kind of thinking with the hands, and what's written about that, really. And then sharing stories. So you can hear a pin drop when people are drawing. And then when they start sharing their cartoons and their drawings, it's magical. There's such an energy, and people are reminded of situations that they've been in as well. That's positive, and you just get this wonderful energy. It's really lovely, really affirming for people, I think.
Yeah, I can actually kind of see the sort of, I kind of knew there was a connection between what you did or what you do, Linda, and Maternal Journal, but kind of hearing you talk about it all kind of makes, I knew there was a reason why I asked you to take part in this conversation. So yeah, I think, going online, it sounds like, for Maternal Journal, and having to kind of negotiate, supporting people when you're via a screen is not the same as being next to them. And also, I think, again, what you were saying, Linda, about this kind of negative bias that, is kind of inherent perhaps in the sort of in healthcare field. But I can also imagine that it's also there for kind of expectant mothers and early motherhood, that, always questioning, am I doing the right thing? It's about kind of, there's these kind of ideals of how you should be or how it will be. And then if you're not kind of hitting those sort of targets or marks, then perhaps you're kind of questioning yourself when actually you shouldn't. And I just wonder whether that kind of does come out through the sort of participants who come to Maternal Journal.
Well, yeah, definitely, because there is this idea within society that motherhood is this joyful and rewarding and not problematic time, but actually is not always that way. So with Maternal Journal, it sounds very similar to what Linda is doing in a way, because we use creativity, different wide range of different creative tasks to which we work on, and then at the end when we share, that's when the conversation happens, and that's when we mirror one another in a way, and we understand that it's all okay. It's fine to feel the way that we feel. So it's a bit of a practicing self-care in a way, and taking charge of your own health, mental and well-being. When we moved things online during the pandemic, personally, I felt I was okay with it. And I signed up to all sorts of webinars, and I was doing breath work and yoga, and I was very excited. I was like, wow, this is actually going to be fun in a way. But it soon went wrong for me. And because looking at myself on screen all the time, and not being able to use my body as a way of connection, it was really hard. I use my body language a lot, and because English is not my first language, I rely on it a lot. So I lost that link, and with it, part of my confidence. But besides that, I think that being able to stay connected was absolutely brilliant. And very often I was thinking, what if the pandemic happened 10 years ago, when everything was, 15 years ago, when things were not developed, social media and internet life wasn't developed as it is today? We would have been really, really isolated, and feeling it completely different.
Absolutely. And Mo, I mean, so have you been running, because I know both you and Amy are sort of founder mothers of Maternal Journal. So Mo, what you run some of the classes? How do you, or are you kind of, you have an advisory role? What's the kind of the structure of Maternal Journal at the moment?
So the founding mothers have an advisory role. So we're from the first sort of cohort, so to say, of when the program first ran, quite a number of years ago now. I think I hadn't had my third child then. My second child. Yeah, that was quite a while ago. And some of us have, a few of us have sort of carried on and stayed in touch with the project, and sort of just being a voice in the development of the project. Now, Amy has sort of gone on to run some groups. I haven't yet, even though it is on my list of to do. I'm sort of not there yet, but it's great really, because we're called on to give our feedback in relation to potential research projects, or potential developments in the direction of the Maternal Journal program. And one thing there was one little memory that came to mind as you were speaking earlier about the negative biases, man. I remembered from the first time that we met together, and I remembered one particular moment where we were working on a particular creative task. And when it came to the sharing, one of the moms, she had just sort of drawn, I think she had drawn like sort of squares, and she hadn't like sort of done the work on a particular page. And what I got from that was that there she was making space for herself, because she was drawing the space for what she was then going to do, which she didn't get to do, but that was okay, and that's one of the things that Maternal Journal, I think, really does. It creates that space to move beyond that negative, that propensity to reflect on the negative bias. And all of a sudden, you can make space and you can go, even if you do nothing in that space, but you can just have space to just pause and breathe and think beyond the how it should be to, well, this is how it is.
No, exactly. And breathing, I mean, it's okay, it's obvious, but because breathing is so important, or just taking time just to kind of exhale
Yes.
And then take a deep breath, and then you can carry on with all the stuff that you're doing.
Yes.
But just taking like just to kind of step back. So then, while I was kind of listening to you all talking, I was going to ask you, Linda, kind of, I was wondering what some of the feedback from some of the participants who come along to your kind of Sparkling Moments workshops, once they kind of maybe switch from a sort of a negative bias of how they see themselves and others, to kind of looking more positively or thinking more positively. Have you had any feedback at a later point of how they maybe integrated that in what they do and how they respond to others?
Yes, it's been really amazing feedback, actually, and really lovely. And some of the words that people used, I've actually collated it into a collaborative poem, actually, because it's really interesting, isn't it? When people give spontaneous feedback, it often is quite poetic. So I've kind of used that as a way of thinking about themes and things from it. And there were things like using a different part of the brain, which was interesting. A lot of people said that, and it's true, isn't it? Creativity is a very different part of the brain. And I think a lot of people talked about non-judgment, which fits in with what Mo was saying. I think, that sort of self-critic and feeling judged all the time is, really holds people back, doesn't it? And I think the arts are really good for that, aren't they? If I go to a life drawing class online, for example, and people share their work, the people are so positive. They'll say, I love the perspective, I love the colour. They'll always find something positive rather than critical. And I think once you get over the block of, people always go, oh no, I can't draw. So you really have to nurture that non-judgment, to enable people to have a go, don't you? I'm sure, as you say, Mo, it's the same with the journaling, I'm sure. But I think they appreciate that non-judgment, that appreciation. And I think the coaching piece is to add in at the end of a session, how are you going to take this forward? How are you going to get more of this in your life? What are you going to do to use this more? So, yeah.
And do people come back for kind of like, I don't know what, just kind of a reboot? Or do you find that it's kind of like they go once and it's enough to kind of shift their kind of psychological mindset?
Well, I was delivering them through the Royal College of GPs, which was lovely. They sort of supported me to do 2 programs of them through different faculties, which are different areas of the country. So people did come along to the whole series often. We had people coming back repeatedly, and because it was all different things, we'd have a magician one week and think about magical thinking about health and contagion and doctors' well-being, and then we'd learn some magic tricks that we could use with our toddler patients, Mo, to stop them running off. So it's kind of bringing lots of things together, really. And taking the magic example, thinking about social prescribing, the organisation Breathe, they teach children with cerebral palsy to do magic.
Oh, wow.
And their results are amazing. There are some videos online I would recommend having a look at. They become so much better in their manual dexterity through using magic tricks. So we drew in an awful lot of different things. So people kept coming back because it was novelty things to try. So
wow, that sounds brilliant. And then for kind of maternal journal, do people, well, I guess I'm assuming that some people do come back more than once, or how many times might they come back during perhaps while they're maybe expecting? Is it kind of like a one-time hit, or do they kind of sign up, or how do people sort of access, I guess, the things that you do?
So usually maternal journal comes as 6 to 8 sessions. So you subscribe, you sign up, and then once a week we tend to meet once a week at the same time and the same day, and usually is that it can be. I mean, with us, with the first group during the pilot, we went through pregnancy to after to birth and beyond. Although at the time I wasn't pregnant, I had my 3 children already, so I cheated a little bit. But because I had postnatal depression in the past, I wanted to sit there and understand what I'd give myself that time to go back and understand what happened to me. Because as we know, within society, we don't have those spaces where you can do that. It's go, go, go all the time from one space to the other. So with Maternal Journal, we have these minimum of 6 to 8 sessions, and so you have time to really create relationship. And with me, I was lucky because I come from an artistic background, so I had creativity already that was helping me through. But many people don't have an outlet and really struggle to find their way back when they go through such hardship. And like I said, I had creative practice, which obviously was an incredible and valuable tool that helped me through at the time what I was experiencing. So for me, it was a very good opportunity to understand and to find some answers. And people do tend to really love it and stay with the group until the end.
Brilliant. I'm just aware that we have got, I was going to leave questions for the end, but we have about just under 15 minutes, and we have at the moment 6 questions that have come through, and I think people are kind of eager to kind of get an answer. So perhaps we'll go to the questions, and then if we have time at the end, we can just kind of wrap up in some way. So I'll just kind of go through the questions as they kind of appear in the chat. So this one's for Linda. So where have you applied for funding into the GP wellbeing?
Yeah, that's a really good question. I mean, I was very fortunate to get support from these faculties of the Royal College of GPs. So there are different areas all around the country, and they put on educational things for GPs in their areas. So I was supported by them during both lockdowns. I'm working on getting that going again, and I'm also in communication with the Royal College of Psychiatrists, so that's where I've been kind of trying to get my support from, really. But would love any ideas from the audience if anybody's got any recommendations. I think that's always a question for everybody, isn't it, funding?
Well, and maybe that kind of fits in with the next question, because somebody has asked whether does your work extend to the general public? Because this person would really like to join, and is it free, which is also another kind of funding
Yeah, I haven't. I've limited it to doctors to date, but it's such a joyful thing. I love doing it. I would love to do more of it. So hopefully in the future I'll find ways to do that.
Brilliant. Yes, and we can all come and learn magic tricks and make zines and do stuff. No, exactly. It does sound amazing. So the third question: what's been an unexpected positive form of the pandemic that you will be taking forward? So maybe. Or if we've lost Amy, hopefully she'll come back. So for Mo, for Maternal Journal, what's been a kind of an unexpected positive?
Oh, we've got a technical glitch.
I am right here. Okay.
Amy, did you hear that question? Shall I repeat it?
Yes, please. Sorry.
Yeah. So what's been an unexpected positive from the pandemic? That that you'll be taking forward. So kind of maybe asking that about Maternal Journal.
I think. Oh, okay. No, that's okay.
Come on.
Okay. I think sort of the use of the virtual in terms of classes will carry on. Probably sort of much more than than it would have without the pandemic. Because, of course, face-to-face is always preferable, I think, for a good, most people perhaps. But then there are those people that it's very hard, to get up and go, whether that's because you have other children or just because of the state of your mental health or just other reasons, really. So having that option of joining in virtually, I think will carry on. And indeed, if when I do get to that point, of hosting classes myself, I definitely want to do a virtual option.
Brilliant, thanks, Mo. And Amy, did you want to add anything more to that for Maternal Journal?
I was going to say the same. I was going to say that obviously we are talking about a group of people that sometimes, when you first have a baby, you don't feel like going out, or you have smaller children, or you, for whatever reason. So it's good to know that they are able to join these groups. But there is also a different side of the story, which is the fact that not everybody has internet or so that's one thing that I found it most difficult, is reaching out to everyone. Is always a challenge.
No, absolutely. This kind of inequality, digital inequality, has really been kind of highlighted and kind of talked about a lot. And I know that's kind of one of the questions sort of touches on. And I think, but before that, maybe there's a question from Mo, and this person's asked, how have you been supported yourself while helping other mothers during the pandemic? So who's helping you help mothers?
That's a very interesting one. I think it will vary for different people. For me personally, I suppose just sort of within family, just kind of, practical support within family from my husband, because he's had to work from home, and I had a baby during the pandemic. Sorry, my breastfeeding child is kind of moving all over the place at the moment. Like, don't expose me on screen. Anyway. So just practical support from my husband whilst he's at home working, and being able to go and get the child, or, if I'm sort of doing stuff on the computer, and having him, look after them whilst I sort of give a talk, or, things like that. So I've had that kind of support. And I've, I do like to also talk about self-support, and I've had to, do a lot of learning about that. And then, you do have those periods where, you don't feel supported, and you find ways to cope, and you sleep, and, tomorrow is always a new day, and you get on again, and you get up and go. Yeah,
absolutely. Kind of just finding ways just to kind of keep going, but in a meaningful way. So you're not going to face burnout, I guess. He's in agreement, was she? Amy, maybe going back to this question about, did all the mothers have access to tech? And if not, were you able to kind of get them supported to have tech?
It's a very big question, and something that is very challenging, even within our Maternity Voices work that we've been doing within the trust, reaching out to the community, certain communities. It is something that it requires a lot of work, and it can come different ways. Again, once upon a time, we could go out and put leaflets in community centers and libraries, but now we are restricted on that. So unfortunately, there isn't a structure in place at the moment for the Maternal Journal itself to reach out. Apart from something that I did, and I don't know if other people have been doing the same, because we have over 60 groups worldwide now leading Maternal Journal, so it's huge. But personally, I got in touch with local communities and projects that were already running. So there is these things where I live called Creatives London, and they look after Muslim mothers. So we were able to talk to them, and sometimes provide. We were able to provide a phone or an iPad for them to join into the group. So my advice would be to look out at what's happening in your area and trying to link in with these already running organizations.
Yeah, and I think kind of, as you were saying, kind of sort of networks, and making use of those networks that are there. So we don't have to kind of not reinvent the wheel, but kind of do more work than we need to, because we have to kind of be sustainable and I guess efficient in what you do, because kind of resources aren't always kind of available. Yeah. So we have 5 minutes left, just got that through. So we don't have any other questions at the moment from the audience. So I know, oh, sorry, Linda.
I've just had a brainwave. I think we should do a journaling session for GPs, health visitors and midwives to get them to experience what your journaling sessions are like for themselves, and then they'll hopefully spread the word to all those.
We did that a few times.
Humans. Did you?
Yeah. Personally, I did. I ran a workshop for midwives at Whittington Hospital for the one midwife, which was really brilliant. And they loved it. And actually, there was talk of doing more of those, but then the pandemic happened, and
so will there be the opportunity to do more, or to kind of go back to that?
Hopefully, we're still in conversation. So
yeah, great idea. Yeah.
Or maybe some magic, perhaps.
Yeah, and we've had opportunities as well to be invited to some conferences to lead maternal journal sessions for health professionals. So I remember one a few years ago with the Association of Radical Midwives, I think it was.
That's right.
And yeah, probably a few others that I can't remember off the top of my head now. But yeah, no, thanks for saying that, Linda, because that's something that we can talk about seeking opportunities to do more of that. Yeah,
definitely, because health visitors do amazing work, and they're in contact with the people that won't have digital access, I think, really. So yeah, brilliant. Lots of potential.
Exactly. And I think it is that kind of about sharing sort of good practice or ideas, and not kind of, because I imagine a lot of kind of when you don't kind of share what you're doing, and then people get siloed because they become protective, but actually, things don't happen or move forward. So yeah, it's great to kind of get those conversations going. I know we're kind of coming towards the end, and I was going to kind of ask a question. Well, kind of going back to, this is the Disrupt Festival, and that's a kind of the theme of the event. And so in a sense, we've had this disruption. So perhaps we have 2 minutes. So maybe kind of what happens after disruption? Does it have a name, perhaps? I throw that on you. That's not very. So what do you say, Linda?
Effervescence. When you think of a volcano, new potentials spilling out. Yeah,
I love that. Yes, effervescent, and it's a good word to say as well.
Onomatopoeic. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Settling is what comes to my mind. Settling as we kind of sort of balancing out and shaking down into this new normal. That was the image that came to my mind as you spoke. I sort of found myself shaking, and then eventually kind of interesting. Thank you for that question. Actually, I'm going to keep thinking about it beyond. Thank you.
So the tectonic plates are kind of as you say, it's settling, and we're sort of finding our way around. So Amy, I think we've got less than 1 minute, and I don't know whether it just kind of goes blank. So any
one thing that came to mind was breathing out. I feel like that we've been going
Mm,
months, and now I just feel like just
brilliant.
oxytocin coming back into the room.
Absolutely, yes, yes. So we're going to settle down, breathe, and then just kind of burst with energy.
Yay!
Yeah. So brilliant. I think we're going to be finishing soon. I'm not quite sure what happened, but thanks so much, Linda, Mo, and Amy. It's been really nice to meet you, Mo, and Amy, and Linda. It's nice to see you again, and thank you so much.
Thank you.
And
Thank you
hope to
very much.
see you in person.
Yes.
Definitely.
Yes. Thank you.
Thank
Brilliant.
you.
Thanks so much.
Hello, Helen. Good morning.
Hello.
It's Jackie
Hello.
from the Royal Exchange for our poetry session. Are you okay?
Right. Yeah.
Good. And are you somewhere comfortable?
Yes.
Good, good.
I see palm trees and waves crashing on the rocks. Music is in the air and people are dancing. There were flowers and straw skirts. A memory of childhood comes to mind. No one is truly good or bad, and all can dream well.
Well, the project is called We'll Be in Touch, and that's exactly what we do. We're paired with someone who's living with dementia, and to be in touch with them, we use the phone. And we're set a task, given a poem or a song lyric, which we then read and discuss and pick out words that we like, ideas that we like, what the story might be about. And then we go on to write our own poem on the same theme. And between the two of us, somehow or other, we end up with a poem. And some of them have been really, really lovely.
Tapping and twirling, Ginger and Fred, takes me out of myself, out of this world. We need that at this moment.
Parrots squawking in the palm trees. Lots of people, children jumping in the water, looking around. Lovely to watch. Fresh air. I can see the ship. I would like to be there. South America.
A teaspoonful of caviar. Fishy taste. It's really good. It really is.
Hello?
Hello, is that Evelyn?
Yes.
It's Bernard
Hello?
here. Hi,
yes.
can you hear
Hello,
me?
Bernard. Sorry about that.
No, that's okay. We met last week, didn't we? And we did a poem together.
We did, yes.
Yes. Well,
Yeah.
this is similar to this week. We're going to try and make a poem together.
Yes.
And I'm going to say it slowly and you can take your time over it.
Yes. Yes.
A Peaceful, Beautiful Area by Evelyn and Bernard. I do know it. It's very familiar. I do like things I'm familiar with. People everywhere. Give it a bit of thought, a little bit of wind, flowers growing, blowing, a very nice garden, a small patio with 4 small pots on the stand, a beautiful pot with a big snail. It's a lot of work and I like looking at it. Peace and quiet and open air, very peaceful in a very peaceful area. A lovely place to sit and gather your thoughts. A lot of work though for my husband. I love the garden. Well, I was very apprehensive about it. As I say, I don't do things like that. But so I was never didn't do things like that at school. So I automatically thought I couldn't do it. It's amazing if somebody guides you in the right direction. In fact, I keep writing little Billy Doos, a couple of lines now, and my husband keeps saying, I keep writing them for, but I quite like it really. Yeah.
That's what it was basically, yeah. Love of writing. You're writing it and you just get taken away. Your mind just wanders and it comes up with all these images. And that's what you put down in your writing, the images that I can see. Brilliant.
She said we were going to write a poem, and I thought, write a poem? Write a poem? And it just seemed so, this is going to be hard. And I couldn't believe when she read it out to me that that's what we'd put together. It was amazing, really was. I was quite surprised. Thoughts just come into your head, and it's, before you know it, you've written it without even picking up your pen.
Believe it or not, I do sometimes find it hard when I first meet new people to talk to them. Once I think she got over the nervousness, particularly the first phone call we did in the first round, you could hear her voice getting warmer, and she just went with it after that. And each phone call got easier and easier. But that's also because we got to know each other. It's just lovely to talk with someone else.
The notion that people can create a poem together just from talking.
I feel quite pleased with myself, really. This is because, as I say, I just said, oh no, I can't do that. Now I've got older, there's a lot of things that I did that I can't do now, you see, like doing things I would never have done. You know, a lot of people, when they get to my age, if they haven't been used to doing things, they don't do anything. And I didn't want to get to that stage.
The real reward of it, or the realization that it had gone well for them too, was when they'd received a copy of the poem that we'd done together, and everyone in the family think it's fantastic. You know, it's not just about memory loss. There's a lot more to it, and I felt that with the people I talked to. So that made me realize that it was good for them too, and that was really rewarding.
Creativity is important because it frees the imagination and it teaches people to think and to go with their thoughts and feelings.
Well, without it, we wouldn't have any stories, any plays, any books, anything to take us out of this world. It adds colour to your life and music to your life. It's very important. We need things like this, something to make us smile, make us sing.
Good afternoon, everybody. Really great to see you all. My name's Andy Barry, and I'm the Elders Programme Producer for the Royal Exchange Theatre, and I'm going to be chairing this conversation this afternoon. So yeah, great to see you all, and we'll go around in a minute and introduce ourselves. So people watching us online may have just seen the film, which we're really proud of, and also we'll be taking questions as we go. So if you want to post questions to us, we can feed those into the conversation as well. Just a quick overview of the project. So We'll Be in Touch is a partner project between Together Dementia Support and the Royal Exchange Theatre. We developed a partnership before the pandemic, but this project very much grew out of the conditions of the pandemic. We're really excited to be part of the Disrupt Festival, so thank you so much for having us. And also, can I just thank the volunteers who are supporting some of our participants to join the conversation today, because up until this point, it's all been on the phone. So yeah, it's been a phone-based project. And also that means that Helen and Jackie are actually seeing each other for the first time, which is really lovely. So without further ado, let's just go round and we'll just introduce ourselves and briefly explain, you know, whether we took part in the project or whether we helped to organise the project. Lucy, maybe if I can come to you first.
Of course. Hello. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah.
Brilliant. Hello, my name's Lucy. I work for Together Dementia Support, which is a charity based in Hume in Manchester. And throughout the pandemic, it was a joy to be involved in this project. We worked with the Royal Exchange and with Andy closely, and it was brilliant that they could provide this program for our members who are all living with dementia across Manchester in their own homes. So it was lovely. From our perspective, our involvement was we work with these members every week, and during the pandemic, we helped to bring them into this project with the Royal Exchange.
Great, thanks, Lucy. And we'll hear a bit more later on as well about how it worked for your organisation. So then, Helen, would you just like to introduce yourself?
Yes, I'm Helen. I worked with Jackie. Is it Jackie? To create a poem, which I thought was impossible when she first mentioned it, but she seemed to be quite pleased with it.
Yeah, and not just one poem, but lots of poems. And we'll come back and we'll hear a bit more in a minute, Helen, from you. Thank you. Jackie, would you like to introduce yourself?
Yes, I'm Jackie. Hello, Helen. It's good to see you. It's really good to see you. I'm one of the elders at the Royal Exchange Theatre, and I volunteered to be involved in the I'll Be in Touch project.
Great, thanks, Jackie. Bernard, would you like to introduce yourself?
Hi, I'm Bernard from the Royal Exchange Elders as well, and I've been involved in the project, and it's been great.
Brilliant, thank you. Robert, would you like to introduce yourself?
Yeah, my name's Robert, and I've just wrote a poem, and then somebody said, "Oh, well, that's very good," which surprised me, and I wrote some more then.
Great.
And since then, I've been writing poems.
That's so nice to hear. Thanks, Robert. And then just finally, before we get right into our conversation, I'd like to introduce Liz as well. Would you like to say hello, Liz?
Yeah, hi, I'm Liz Postlethwaite, and I'm based in Manchester, and I'm a theatre maker, and I run a company called Small Things Creative Projects, developing engaged participatory arts projects, and we supported this project doing some training and development work, mainly with the volunteers from the Elders Company at the beginning of the project.
Great, thank you. So we're just going to dive straight in. I've got some questions to get our conversation going. We might also be joined by another participant at one point as well, so don't be surprised if a new face pops up on screen. So maybe, Jackie, I wonder if you could just start by kind of giving us a sense of what a typical call feels like.
Well, we actually were set with shall I just wait for that dog?
Yeah, I haven't got the facility to pop anyone on mute here, I don't think. So yeah, if you have got a dog or outside noise, maybe if you can just pop yourself on mute, that'd be really helpful. But if not, we'll persevere. It's real life happening. Jackie, carry on.
Start again. Right. Well, we started with a set of 4 phone calls, each one on a different theme, but each phone call had the same structure. So we would ring up, I mean, I'll talk about you, Helen, because I was working with you. Helen, I would ring up Helen and we'd have a quick chat introducing ourselves. And then I would explain what we were going to do in the phone call, and that the phone call would last between 15 and 20 minutes, which most of them did. And the structure followed a poem. We were given a poem, which I would then read to Helen, and then we would discuss it. For example, the first phone call, the theme was place, which was actually quite a good one because during COVID, we'd all been at home in our own place. And the poem was actually the lyrics from the song Somewhere from West Side Story. There's a place for us, somewhere a place for us. And we would discuss it, words that we liked, thoughts that we liked. And it just led to a conversation really about the subject of place and time to look and time to care. And then after we discussed that, it provided the stimulus for the next section, which was to then write our own poem. And in our first session, we discussed the fact that poems don't have to rhyme, because I think that was a step too far. And that it would be about thoughts and feelings, and it was going to be about place. But the way the project is structured, we have questions based on our senses. So to begin the theme on place is where are you sitting? What can you see? What can you hear? What can you feel? Can you taste anything? How do you feel about the place that you're in? But while this is happening, I'm actually jotting down as fast as I can everything that Helen is telling me. So the words are all Helen's words. And once we've finished our discussion, I take a minute or two and say, can I just read it through to myself, just to check that I've got a structure there, and to make sure I'm using the ideas that Helen has come up with. And then I read it back, and it's just a poem. It's beautiful. I think because of the structure of the exercise, we come up with something lovely. I read it back and then ask Helen, is there anything you'd like to change? Is there anything that you'd like to add? And when she's satisfied, well, what should we call it? And Helen always comes up with a title straight away. She's wonderful.
Great.
And then at the end of that session, 20 minutes, finished, typed, and then I type it up and send it to Andy.
Great. Thanks, Jackie. That's really helpful to get a sense of that. Welcome to Lillian. It's really great that you're here. Thank you so much for joining us. We're just going round and talking a bit about the project, really. So, Helen, how was it for you? What was it like to take part in a project like this?
Well, it was a bit scary at first, because the thought of writing a poem, I thought, oh, no, not since at school, and even then I didn't write my own. But once I got talking to Jackie, it all just seemed to flow. It just fell into place without even thinking about it. It was just like a conversation, really. And at the end of the conversation, it had turned into a poem.
So was there anything Jackie did that kind of helped put you at ease, or made it to become a creative space, do you think?
She just took it slowly and seemed to understand that I was feeling a bit of tension and helped me to relax and just answer the questions. And I didn't realise she was writing it all down.
So it came,
it
came together at the end. Great.
Yeah.
Okay, that's really interesting. We're getting lots of questions coming through, which is great. We will come on to those as well, and I think some of them will get answered in the course of our conversation. Lillian, hello Lillian. Can you hear me okay? Maybe not. I'll come back to you. I think maybe the Wi-Fi is not so strong, or some challenge. Ah, great, you can hear us.
Yes.
Brilliant. Thank you so much for being here. I know a lot of your poetry with Lorraine explored themes of your love of flowers, which I can see on.
I can hear you.
Great, okay. So I know some of your poetry was about your love of flowers and your experiences of growing up. How did it feel to talk about those things to create poetry? Oh no. That's why the phone works so well. Okay, let's move along, and hopefully Lillian will rejoin us. I think one of the questions that's come in is about training, actually, and we can talk a bit more about that. Liz helped us develop a training, and I think one of the pieces of learning from our organisation's point of view was that that actually the programme that Bernard and Jackie take part in, our elders company, is a sort of, without realising it, is a training ground for this when this project came along. So learning about developing imagination and creativity and the ability to say yes, I think, and to listen and to build on what you're being given, which are real key parts of what we do anyway. Those things really came into their own. But we did develop a specific training with Liz at Small Things. So maybe Liz, could I just bring you in to sort of talk about what that involved and what the key things are for you on a project like this?
Yeah, of course. So just to give a little bit of wider context, we one of our main projects is a project called the Storybox Project, which is a participatory story making project for people living with dementia, which we've been running for about 12 years now, and it's really looking at kind of putting imagination and in the moment participation at the heart of the practice that we're doing. And very early on in lockdown, the first lockdown, which one are we on to now? We started doing a lot of work on Zoom with our groups, but we were really aware that a lot of the people we were working with, Zoom was not accessible for them. So straight away, we started working on the telephone and with some of our participants. But our project's a little bit different because it's artist facilitators and running the sessions. So we were doing those sessions, and then Andy got in contact when he was developing this project, asking could he kind of pick our brains about what we'd learned and how we might be able to share some of our learning. So the training, what we had learned about working on the telephone was how developing a structure can be really, really good, because it kind of safeguards the participants, it safeguards the facilitator, and it also kind of gives direction. People know where they stand and they know the way that the kind of pattern of the call works. So I would say, and Andy can correct me if he thinks it's different, I would say the main training that we did with this really creative group of elders was about sharing what we'd learned about how to make the best of that precious 20 minutes on the telephone with somebody that can just fly by, and how using a structure and creating a structure, and also about how taking a multi-sensory approach on the phone and being in the moment and saying yes can kind of help create these really powerful experiences for both the person making the call and the person receiving the telephone call.
Yeah, I think you summed it up really nicely, and I think I think the other thing that we put in place is the callers fed back through reflection forms, but we also did a weekly session of kind of debriefing and talking about what had gone well and how to kind of improve and develop. And I think the great thing for us as an organisation is it's been a project that's enabled us to reach and work with new people. And one of the questions actually is how we recruited participants. So we did that through partnership, working with Together Dementia Support. But it also meant that we were able to stretch and challenge our existing participants. So, you know, it was partway through lockdown when people, you know, I know like Jackie and Bernard had done a lot already on Zoom and kind of got used to that way of working. And we're like, we want to do something new now and be stretched in a new way. Lucy, can you maybe talk about what the benefits were for your organisation and also maybe cover that point of how you referred participants to us?
Yeah, absolutely. It was a great project for us to be involved with because obviously we were in lockdown. A lot of our the work that we usually do is in groups, live working, which they had to stop. So this came at a great time for us because it meant we could offer our members something really accessible that they can do in their own home, but that gives them such an amazing sense of achievement and the opportunity to be creative and to meet somebody else who they wouldn't have had the chance to meet otherwise. So it was as much about the connection between the elder and the member as it was what they created. But what they created was astonishingly brilliant as well. And I think for us as an organisation, it was so lovely to have the pride of being able to see those poems, to read them and to share them. And I know a lot of the participants said it was so nice to share them with their families. Mm-hmm. And that who would have thought in the middle of lockdown, we're all in a pandemic, they could create something so brilliant and have something that they can show off and be proud of and share with other people. So that was amazing. And I think it was just a brilliant idea and a surprise. It was surprising how well it worked, really, how much people got from just a phone call. But it wasn't just a phone call, of course. It was so much more than that. But it was, and such a simple idea was so effective. And since because we can now come back together, it's been lovely to get together in a group with the members that took part and share their poetry, and hearing people read their poems and say, I wrote that, isn't that great? It's all you can ask for. It's brilliant.
Robert, you've actually continued writing, I think. Is that right?
Yeah, that's right. Whenever I get a bit of time, I just go into writing a poem, which is surprising. It's something I've never done, and until you spoke to me, I'd never even dreamt it.
Wow! And what? How does it feel when you're writing your own poetry now?
It feels tremendous. It feels as if I'm on cloud 9. If that makes any sense.
It does, yeah. It's creativity, isn't it? It's very powerful.
Yeah.
What sort of things are you writing about?
I'm writing about the time I was in the Navy, the Merchant Navy. That it takes me back to a time that I was enjoying.
Yeah, great. And have you shared some of your poetry with your loved ones?
Yeah.
And do they like reading the poems?
Yeah, they love them. Or they think that I've not wrote them.
Because they're so good.
Well, yeah.
That's brilliant.
What I was saying.
That's really nice to hear. It's great to hear about the wins of the project. But we should also maybe, and the questions come through on the chat actually about the challenges. So Bernard, what was the main challenge for you as an individual sort of taking part in the project, would you say?
Yeah, I was very wary of it in a way, because I'm not brilliant on the phone, never have been. I thought, that's not a good start. I'm not hugely into poetry.
Okay.
So it didn't seem like a particularly good start. And it's also seemed to require quite a lot of spontaneity. But the thing that really made the difference to enable me to do it were the materials that Liz and whoever else was working on it produced, which were brilliant. It makes you realise spontaneity is based on a lot of hard work. You know, it doesn't just happen. And to have actually had some idea of what you were going to do really helped you get over that. And also, as you built up confidence, you were able to stretch yourself as well as your partner. So, for example, I started off with what I thought were some of the easier ones, like Food, Glorious Food. And then I thought, no, okay, next time I'm going bigger. I'm going with the poem from The Tempest, Shakespeare, and it worked fantastically. It worked really, really well. So I felt elated by it, as well as the my partner in that, Evelyn. She was really pleased about it too. And when they got their poems back, and it had the validation of what their partners and friends and families said, who were all generally speaking amazed by it, we both felt fantastic.
That's really nice to hear. And I think that experience was reflected across a lot of the calls, actually, that some of the poetry or the text that maybe felt a bit more challenging for both people on the call actually produced some really exciting results. Thanks for that, Bernard. Lillian, can you hear me all right?
Yes, I can hear you now.
Hooray, that's great. It's so nice to see you. Thank you for joining us. So I know you worked with Lorraine, and a lot of your poetry included your love of flowers and also your experiences of where you grew up. So I wondered, how did it feel to talk about these things and then create poems?
It's feel all right. To let everybody know where I come from.
Great.
And to be here.
And was it nice to hear that reflected back in the poem that you'd written together?
Yes. Yeah.
Great. And your love of flowers, is it flowers that we can see in the background?
Yes, flowers to the back there.
And there was definitely poetry about your garden and your own space, which was really lovely to hear. Yeah.
Yes, in the back there.
Is it important to you to be creative?
Oh yes. I love to do flower arranging and hat making and dress making and creative, all nice things.
Yeah, and I think the great thing about the calls was that although there was a set structure and almost a script in some ways, that the leaders were able to tailor that to people's individual personalities, and I think that really comes through in the poem. So we've not met before, but I've read your poetry, and I feel like I've got a sense of who you are, which is really lovely, really lovely.
Yes.
Another question that's come through is whether or not the relationships have continued. Jackie, do you want to comment on that, on how the relationship works?
Well, once we finished our set of 4 calls, then that is the end of the relationship in that form. But what was so lovely, because we were doing this, we then did 2 further calls with new subjects, and it was just so nice to be able to talk with Helen again, because I really feel I'm beginning to get to know Helen well, and it was quite satisfying. And I'm hoping that there will be an opportunity at some point for us all to meet up, because we've shared quite intimate some of the conversations that we have in creating the poems, and very stimulating.
Great. And I guess, yeah, maybe COVID kind of limited that contact, of maybe being able to meet up. But I think we talked before that you felt that actually it being on the phone gave it a particular focus. Can you talk a bit more about that?
Well, I think if you actually met up with someone, it would be more of a social occasion. You couldn't limit it and keep it tight to the structure and the task that you've got in hand. Whereas on the phone, you don't want to keep someone on the phone for a long time. It's not a comfortable thing to do. And so you focus on the task in hand, and that keeps your mind totally focused on that. You're not thinking, well, should I offer a cup of tea? And in a way, having the limited time helps you speed through it and get it written. And yeah.
No, that's great.
What else to say about
No,
that?
that's really interesting. I think it's really interesting to think about that. Helen, what was it like for you talking to a stranger on the phone?
Well, at first I was a bit nervous, but there was no need because she wasn't like a stranger. Immediately we got on. You could feel the connection. And we just talked very naturally. So it was
Great. That's really nice to hear. One of the questions that's come through is about, is it easier to write about the past or the present? And maybe we can reflect on that in a minute, but maybe Liz, I could just bring you in to kind of talk a bit about the kind of theory behind your work. Okay.
Yeah, so the approach that we take is, and I think it's fair to say that it's similar with the approach that was taken forward for the project, is that our project is not a reminiscence project. So we present material, whatever form that material might take, and the person who's taking part decides how they want to respond to it. So that response could be totally imaginative, it could be a reflection of how that relates to their past, it could be how they feel today, but it's totally their choice how they reflect that material. So in that respect, I think for the writers, and having facilitated this work, the key is not about writing about the past or the present, it's about reflecting how the participant responds in the here and now. So, for example, when we're writing down things, we suggest people try not to edit what people say. If people have got a certain dialect or a certain way of speaking, write it down as someone says something. And that's why it's so magical when people hear back what they have created. So I think it is that thing, Andy, of responding in the moment and accepting that you might have an idea what the response will be to a material, but the skill of doing this work is running with the response, whatever the response may be. And I think it's fair to say the people who are on the screen here all responded in totally different ways. And the work that was created from the same structure and the same stimulus is totally different because it reflects all of these amazing personalities and experiences, both as callers and callees, if that makes sense.
Yeah. Thanks for that, Liz. Does anyone else want to respond on whether they were even aware of, like, whether they were writing about the past or present? Or I suppose for you, Robert, your poems are rooted in your past experience. Is that true?
Yeah, it is true. It's right. And that's the amazing thing about it. It's just writing that just takes me away.
And do you sort of travel back to those times and those places?
Pardon?
Do you travel back in your mind to those times and places?
Yeah, I do. Yeah, I'm actually there when I write the poem. I'm actually there, which is tremendous. It's just unbelievable what it does to me, and I'm thankful for everything that this has taken Take me too.
Well, we're thankful to you for taking part, and you know it's great to hear that it's had an impact in that way. Thanks, Robert. Bernard, were you going to come in then?
Yes, I really agree with Liz about this, and I was pleased when I heard that, because I think older people generally are seen as repositories of memories, and that's where they want to go, which everybody does want to go there sometimes. But they're not just there; they're also living now and and as far as we can hope in the future. And so I think it really works that by allowing people the choice to sort of come in with what was going on. It could be they'd be looking out at the garden and then they'd remember something from their childhood. For example, the last one I did was about food, and all of a sudden she remembered about what her mother used to say: "You had hollow legs," and it's just a phrase I'd not heard for ages, and I thought, yes, that fits in entirely.
Great. What about for you, Helen? Were you conscious of whether or not you were thinking about the past or writing about the present, or what was the writing process like for you?
I felt it was very much in the past, and I think the only one that I thought of as the present was the one about Ginger and Fred, because that's something that stayed with me. I've always loved to watch dancing, whether it's on ice or whether it's ballroom dancing, but to see the way they flow together, it's magical, because I can't do either skating or dancing. But I can in my mind.
Exactly. And actually, Helen, you said something really lovely at the end of the film about the power of about creativity and stories. Did the phone calls spark your creativity, and like how did you feel the moments after the phone call?
Right after, I felt quite satisfied. I felt I'd done something good. I'm thinking, oh, well done.
Great. What about for you, Jackie? How did you feel after the calls?
I felt really satisfied and very proud. I was really nervous when we started the project because I wasn't sure whether I was going to be able to write anything down. I mean, I know they're Helen's words, but I needed to feel that I'd got them into a good structure. But I find Helen's imagination just flew. It really just flew. And I think we made a very good connection, and we got on so well. So at the end, I think, I'm really happy with what we've done there. And I'm really proud. And funny enough, when I watched the video, which is the first time I'd actually seen Helen and seen the other participants, I was actually quite emotional because I hadn't realised just how much those 20 minutes were impacting on people and their creativity. And I feel so proud just to have been involved in it. You know, it's made me feel really good about myself.
Good. That's really great. And it's really, I think that's a really lovely additional element of the project, sort of a bit like I touched on earlier about it doing different things for different people and stretching and challenging people in different ways. Bernard, how about for you? How was your experience before and after the calls?
Well, for every phone call that I did, I kind of worked myself up a bit. You know, I'd kind of, oh God, it's another 10 minutes. Oh, I've got to do it now, and I hope it goes. Oh, I hope they're there. You know, all these kind of things. And then you're saying, I hope we produce a good poem. You know, it's not going to be as good as that one I read last week. You know, so that there is a bit of that you're thinking, but you've got to think it's not about it being a good poem. It's about being honest about the sort of thing that's being said. And I really have done my best not to add any of my words to it. And sometimes that makes it look a bit, I don't know what, unpoem-like. But the last thing I really want to do is to produce a real poem. And so it worked. And once I've done it and I've got it written down, and I look at it and I think, yeah, it's a fantastic sense of satisfaction. Really good.
It sounds a bit like maybe you're assumptions around what poetry is have even been challenged a bit. Is that true?
Yes, that's right. Very much so. As I said, I almost was in a position of saying, when I hear that word poetry, I reach for my gun. It's sort of, I felt it was meant not for the people like me, but the idea that just ordinary conversation could lead to something as productive as that, and to make you both feel so good, I thought, hey, there's something in there. And also the really complicated poems that we were looking at towards the end, I thought, surely this can't work. But they were the best of the lot. They're definitely the best of the lot. And I was just hoping, give us more like that. I really like the difficult ones now.
So I think one of the final ones you had was a speech from A Midsummer Night's Dream. Is that right? Yeah.
No, that was me.
No, that was me.
Okay.
I was thinking, have I forgotten it? No.
Oh no, you looked at a poem by Anne Bronte, didn't you?
Yes.
Yeah.
That was fantastic.
Thanks for that, Bernard. Lucy, were you going to come in then?
Oh, I was just going to say, it's so funny when you said that, Bernard, because we went and chatted to Evelyn, who you were matched with, after you'd written one of the poems, and she was reading us her first poem she'd written with you, and she goes, "Isn't that good? I don't think I wrote that." And we were like, no, you did. And her daughter had listened to her read it and said, "Mum, that is you. That just sounds like you." But it was just so lovely that you captured her. But then when she read the poem, like, that can't be me. It's too good. So yeah, well done.
Thank you.
There's a question here. Did we take a lot of inspiration from other poets? So maybe Jackie and any of the callers or participants actually, can you remember the starting point? So Jackie, you obviously mentioned West Side Story as one. So we looked at, as we're a theatre, we looked at kind of theatre links, didn't we? So West Side Story was one. Liz?
Yeah, go really quickly. So obviously, when we've done this project before, we've not necessarily used theatre-related texts. And what I find really useful, whether it's theatre-related text or any text, is a text that the language might be really complicated or whatever, but it kind of language is really good at opening things that are universal between people. So, West Side Story, it's talking about home and it's talking about relationships, and The Tempest is talking about these really evocative places, and then really good pieces have got this musicality as well, which is really accessible to people. So I think the key, from my experiences, is choosing texts as a starting point that are almost a portal to things that are universal. And I guess lots of good texts do that. And then people can respond in so many different ways to those things.
And also, it's gone right out of my head now, what I was going to say. Sorry. I was sort of writing down and thinking the point. So yeah, that was what I was going to say. So I think we also talked and reassured people that actually, if after the reading of the stimulus poetry, that actually the person didn't like it or it didn't tap into anything for them, that was okay too, and that there's a conversation to be had in that, and that a big part of the job for the leaders was about reassuring people, particularly if, like Helen had said, they were feeling a bit nervous about poetry, that it's okay if you don't like it or it's not working for you, but there's usually something to be kind of found, and then all the poems that were then created go off in lots of different directions. That's really helpful to hear that, Liz, about how to maybe select and choose text. We're coming towards the end, but maybe it'd be good to hear if anyone here would like to, if someone were thinking about doing a similar project, like what would your advice from your perspective be? From the Royal Exchange perspective, for us, the partnership working was really key, because it meant that the volunteers that we were working with knew that they were delivering a very specific creative service, and it wasn't a general kind of buddying or support focused service, and that there's lots of that already happening, and that also people like Helen and Lillian and Rob were already connected into a really great service like Together Dementia Support. So for us, it was really helpful to do that partner working. Lucy, what would your sort of top tip be or advice?
I think it's about really celebrating what people did then achieve, and it was lovely because the Royal Exchange made these beautiful packs for us afterwards that we could then post out to everyone that took part. So they had an anthology. We got everybody's biographies and wrote them. So it felt very celebrated afterwards, which I think is so important because you've created such a beautiful thing with people to then give them something hard copy that they can go on and share and keep was really important. I think that was a lovely aspect of the project that I would recommend people do if they do a similar project.
And actually, you've just reminded me, there's also an audio outcome, which was from the first round of poems. So that includes some of the poetry being read, some of the participants being interviewed, and also as a way of evaluating, one of our elders leaders came to all of the support sessions with the other leaders and listened, and then wrote a poetic response to what was happening in the process. So that forms the part of the audio outcome. So that's really nice too, I think, as well. What about for anyone else? Would you, maybe someone who would be thinking about taking part in the call and maybe not sure, or about leading the call, any advice you might give? Jackie?
I think it's just to remember that you're having a conversation with another person. It's two people having a conversation, making a connection, and but while you're actually engaged in it, you listen to the other person, and if you go off at a tangent, it doesn't matter. It's the connection and the conversation, something at the end that you can say, we did that.
Great, thanks, Jackie. Bernard, were you going to come in there?
Yeah, just to say, we're as well as it being a conversation, you've got to understand, I think, that you're doing work together. You know, whether it's not necessarily hard work, but it's work, and you're both stretching yourself, and I think that's really good for all of us, because there's too easy an assumption that the older you get, the more you just want to sink back. You don't. You want to keep moving forward, and I think if you approach it like that, I think it's not a reminiscences project. It's a working together project, and it can work for both of you really well.
That's beautiful and really important to remember. Liz?
And just to add to that very quickly, and that structure that you've created enables that creative relationship both the previous speakers have spoken about, I would say.
Jackie used a really nice phrase on one of the calls that I managed to listen into for the film that we made, where she said, we've been set this task. So it was also quite collaborative. It wasn't, I've got this thing that you've got to do. It was, we've been set a task together, which I think was really nice. Helen, have you got any advice for anyone who might be taking part in the project in the future?
Yeah, I think really people do have these feelings of negativity about themselves. If you have, just try to ignore it and have a go. You'll surprise yourself and everybody else about what you can do.
Great. Robert, have you got any advice for anyone?
I'd just like to say what the previous caller said, and that is, look into yourself. Don't degrade yourself. Think of what you've got to do and do it, and you'd be surprised at what.
Great. And I think you're right. There's been so much has been achieved and created in this project that actually grew out of, very challenging circumstances, but I think has real possibility. And I know certainly at the Exchange and with Together Dementia Support, we want to continue doing this type of work, regardless of kind of physical lockdown. And I'm sure, Liz, you've also found real value and new ways of working. We're coming to the end of our time, so I'd just like to say a massive thank you to everyone that joined us watching. Thank you for your questions, and also thank you so much to all of the panelists for joining us and for contributing. Well done, everyone. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
That's it. All gone. All done. That was quite good, really.
Officially, come back on.
Hello.
Hi everyone.
Welcome to IMM Intergenerational Music Training video. I'm just going to quickly share the screen and go straight onto the PowerPoint. Let's see. Maybe go on Windows. There we go. Here we go. Okay, so do you want to introduce yourself?
Hi everyone. We can't see you, but thanks for joining us today. We're both from Intergenerational Music Making. I'm Rachel Routledge. I'm Senior Project Manager.
And my name is Grace, and I'm the Surrey Project Manager. Intergenerational Music Making is a charity that delivers music projects throughout the community and tries to bring together generations or more cohesive connections within the community. We use music activities and therapeutic techniques to try and improve the overall well-being and mental health of all the parties involved. And this presentation, we've got the aims here.
Yeah. So today the aim is to just give you an overview of what IMM do, why we do it and why it's so important, and to give you an overview of how to run sessions within your own practice. So this session will give you a greater understanding of intergenerational practice and how this can be adopted in your. We'll share best practice toolkits with you for online and in-person delivery. And when we say toolkits, we really want you to utilize your specialities. So for example, we're both singers, classical singers, so we might, within our toolkits, we might run a choir, but if you're, say, a percussionist, you might want to use your expertise to run a drumming session, however this fits to your expertise. We'll also ensure you are confident in communicating and working creatively with all people of all ages, but specifically with people experiencing dementia, their carers and young people, and also help organisations work towards reaching new audiences, creating partnerships and increasing their outreach to community.
Lovely, yes. So I'll quickly run over background. We're from a kind of clinical music therapy background, and we work with the health sector, the care sector, and schools, as well as the wider community. So a lot of what we do is bringing together care homes and primary schools, secondary schools, and that's sort of a basis for a lot of the projects. There's more about the background next, but I just wanted to cover that throughout the pandemic, we moved a lot online, and we're going to touch on other organisation called Together with Music later, but we did a lot of online work, and then recently we've started to have on-the-ground projects that are based largely outside. Yes, so background, we're a UK-based intergenerational music organisation, bringing together old and young through the care home setting and school setting most often, and the goals are to reduce isolation and tackle loneliness. We work a lot with dementia, and again, we'll touch later on how important music is for those living with dementia, improve mental health for older and younger generations, and well-being, and create a more cohesive community. So the idea is the music is really good for the well-being, but also the generations coming and forming those bonds is also very important for well-being.
So we're just going to play you a little video. Oh, I'll pause it for a second. Which will give you just a general outline of the kind of work that we do. Yes, perfect. Oh, is it going to work? Oh no. Sorry, a few technical difficulties with going audio.
The elderly with a song to be sung and a verse to rehearse.
I like the way that we sang all together.
Seaside and hot cups of tea, the
It's a great idea, because if you can get people out of themselves, and singing is one way of doing it.
Don't be afraid to sing, that's the best part.
First, I didn't understand how music could be a universal language, but now I find it builds up another world. It's been a great experience for us because we have learned about our community.
I see our communities as such a valuable means of connection for our residents. They're from the...
Oh, I think we're having technical issues. Here. Sorry, everyone. Just navigate.
If you go on to share screen again.
One sec, I think it's there.
And then
Windows.
It says share audio. There was a, if you go on, there was a little tick for share audio.
Do you want to try and? Sorry, everyone. We're just working this out. This. There we go.
Just go into our screen.
Okay. Right. Sorry about that little hiccup. Go from current slide. So hopefully that video gave you just a sort of an outline of the kind of work that we do within our communities.
So these are the current issues and the issues that are always sort of running through the goals in our projects when we're planning them. And yes, so dementia, aging society, loneliness, and COVID-19. So these are all very important issues within society as a whole and have been exacerbated by the pandemic. And so they're more important than ever, really. And we think that all of them could be improved through music and intergenerational music projects.
Absolutely. So just to go on from what Grace has been saying, at IMM, we use music as a tool to promote better health, better well-being and social connection. And it really is the vessel to build those relationships, build bridges between communities. Music is a language that we can all understand, we can all relate to, and in that way it's timeless. So it's a brilliant way of bringing communities together, creating more cohesive communities and really forming those important relationships which are ever important as a result of the pandemic and the increase of loneliness over the past 18 months. So just touching on why music is important, all of work is very clinically driven from a music therapy point of view. So just to go some of the benefits of music, non-verbal communication skills, so eye contact, facial expressions, verbal communication skills, attention and concentration skills, awareness of self and others, social skills and emotional skills as well, and huge cognitive benefits.
So here are 4 examples of the groups of projects that we run. The 6 to 10 week intergenerational projects are often in care homes, sheltered accommodation and geriatric wards that we link with schools, primary, secondary, SEN, and we'll often have a focus around singing, songwriting, orchestras, and what we do is we meet the needs of the participants in that project. So we'll tailor the project around them and what they interest them. Then we've got the IMM community hubs, which we sometimes aim to create after the 6 to 10 week pilot projects. This is a cultural community space. Those living at home with dementia, family, carers, students, mums and babies. So it's much more, it's open to the wider community at this point. Tea and coffee is always a big part of our project. So there's a space to have conversation and get to know one another. Songwriting, music and improvisation. Then training like this. We offer training to people in other sectors or similar sectors, or anyone really who wants to build their toolkit so they can use music and intergenerational music to help whoever they feel like they can help incorporate into their own work. So courses for those in care, health, education, the volunteer sector, and consultancy work for the NHS, care and community. We actually did, so we've been working with social prescribers recently, and we ran a social prescribers choir so that they could see what they were prescribing really. So they got to take part in the choir and really see it from the other side of the lens. Events and workshops in the community, linking with local organisations, performances, intergenerational choirs, unique projects in different healthcare settings. So yes, we've done a wide range of projects outside of those other three, including a rap project, which you might have caught the panel this morning, which we did a little Q&A about that. Do you want
Yeah. So just expanding on from what Grace is saying, we really cover a range of activities and really tailor our work to the needs of the participants. So we've been working with 10 students from Cobham Free School who have been working with 2 brilliant music rap artists, Snow and TP, and they have been enabling the students to adopt lyric rap, to write their own raps and really use it as a vessel to discuss their emotions, their feelings, and reflect on how the past 18 months have been. So we really do a vast array of different projects, which are very much based on the needs of those involved.
Yeah, we work from what that comes first, basically.
Also, evaluation and methodology are hugely important part of our work. In order to meet the needs of those involved with projects, you need to constantly be checking in and evaluating how the success of your projects, the success of your delivery, and the needs of those involved. So this could be in the form of pre and post questionnaires, semi-structured interviews, video analysis. You can come up with your own evaluation tools that needs of your participants in the best way possible. It's completely up to you how you feel the needs of your participants will be met and evaluated. And just to run through our findings, really, music is absolutely this universal language. It enables the sharing of culture and music understanding. It really increases access to music making. It enables those local community relationships over generations. Also promotes sustainable relationships, really increases confidence for both the younger and older generation, and self-esteem, improves mental health hugely, provides skill enhancements for those who get involved with our training, like you guys, and also we provide work experience opportunities for students. And this is just a lovely quote from a care home resident. Half the time I don't know coming or going, but when I'm here with the children and the music, I know I'm supposed to be here and I know where I am. And I think that sums up how important the work is that we do and how important it is to instill music within services and put it at the core of.
Really enables you to be present in the moment. You don't have to worry about what's going to happen before, what's going on afterwards. It's all about just being in the moment, and music really helps that.
Absolutely.
We've got another video for you here. This is Joyce.
Shall we see what sound it makes? The music's in our tune. You won't make your life. It's silly, isn't it? That's not silly at all. I think you have. You brought me back to life.
And I think that really just, it's so touching, isn't it?
Says a lot. It really says a lot.
Yeah, it really has the power to prompt memory and to make people feel alive again. So I think that really is a lovely sum up of why the work we do is so incredibly important.
Yeah, and it offers, people suffering with dementia often suffer with conditions associated like agitation and anxiety that can be alleviated for that space of time. Like we said in a moment, because they're so in the moment, they're so present, it can really alleviate those issues. Yes, and that's the first point, psychological and emotional. Creativity, self-expression, taking ownership and being able to be proud of something you've created. Neurological engages auditory, cognitive, motor, and emotional processing. Social bonding and engagement and building relationships, which again is amplified by having the intergenerational aspect there. Communication, it provides a channel for communication when words are too much, not enough, or no longer available. So yes, if you have non-verbal participants, music is a really, really powerful way for them to communicate with others. People can encourage movement and keeping active. Benefit for carers and settings, so community relationships, enjoyment, leadership, a more enjoyable place to live and work. Yes, and a positive impact on the quality of care. So music is hugely connected to memory, and that stays throughout your musical memory stays throughout your journey through dementia. So it can really trigger emotions and memories from earlier in life that they might have been able to access for a long time. And because it is such a universal thing, that it really helps them to create connections with other people when conversation isn't so easy anymore.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that just really sums up how it can affect all of us. I think it's so hugely beneficial in so many different ways.
I wanted to just say the story.
Please do.
So I was I took a choir to a care home to sing for them, and then I went back in a couple of weeks later. We sang. It was for the Queen's Jubilee, so we sang a couple of songs and sang the national anthem, and then I went back a couple of weeks later, and someone's daughter, one of the residents' daughters, came up to me and said that resident had been non-verbal for 6 years, and then in that moment got up and belted out the national anthem. It just goes to show how powerful it is compared to, the 6 years of not speaking at all, that the kind of power it must have had and the emotional connection it must have had to bring that out is, I think it's quite a nice example.
Yeah, it's pretty extraordinary, isn't it? Just to move on to talk about Together with Music. So Together with Music is Intergenerational Music Making's national intergenerational flagship program and digital platform, which we launched at the end of 2020, so in December 2020. And it links care homes and to their local schools and community groups through music. So it's a way of building those connections over generations and building communities, more cohesive communities. And to date, we have over 35,000 individuals engaged Together with Music. The fact that it was only launched in December is pretty incredible, and it's just ever growing. So please get involved if it's
you
any
head
interest
to the website
you.
and sign up.
Yeah. So
we're going to show you. So we thought perhaps we'd be able to see people. We're going to just talk you through various different examples of what we do in the projects, and this is kind of a very this is our sort of definitive 6 to 10 week intergenerational project that we would carry out.
Yeah. So I think just building your own toolkits. I think I touched on this at the beginning, but just to reiterate, this is about you building your own toolkit as such, which is based around you. So we'll give you information, but it's about how you can fit that into your own expertise and bring your own expertise to the table.
And you don't need to have a new background, I don't think,
No,
at all.
no, not at all.
Okay, so this is very important, setting the scene, making sure you're starting off from A.
So it's really important to ensure that you have staff present there. So we found that ensuring that you have, if you're working with care homes and a local school, you ensure that they have staff members who are able to deal with those who have complex needs. It's important to remember that you as the facilitator aren't responsible for dealing with those complex needs. So ensuring there are systems in place that are
allow you to lead.
Allow you to lead. Yeah, absolutely.
Sitting position. So pre-COVID or now when we are outside, we like to sit. We think it's best to sit care home resident, child, care home resident, so that there's that encouragement of so they're not, opposite sides of the room.
Yeah. And it's all about them using music as a tool to enable those connections, enable those people to form those connections. So ensuring that you have systems in place, like having a seating arrangement and keeping those seating arrangements for every session to ensure continuity and make sure that those relationships be established and then really solidified.
Mm-hmm.
So session structure, let's talk a little bit about session structure. So this is our general session structure. So we begin with hello songs, which are simple name songs for everyone to get to know each other. We do warm-ups. Then you have the main activity, the body of the session, which could be a choir, a drumming session, even a yoga session, an art session. Then you have a show and tell, where people can bring in things which mean something to them, and they share with the rest of the group, really to open up those conversations and form those relationships. And then you finish with a goodbye song or a calm activity to really wrap up the session, and juice and biscuits at the end, which actually we find is super important for people to be able to really talk in depth at the end of the session.
Mm-hmm. Yes, always with flexibility in mind, and again, working around the participants and what they need.
Yeah.
The hello song and the goodbye song are nice bookends, and they are always the same so that they become familiar with it.
Yeah.
And it's a nice bit of continuity.
So yeah, it's definitely that idea of sustaining continuity throughout your sessions. You want people to feel comfortable and confident with what it is that they're engaging with. So I think having the same each week is really, really important, we found.
Mm-hmm. Acknowledgement of others, the name games, so it gives people a sense of belonging, feeling like they're already part of the group, continuity and routine and connection.
Absolutely. So we're going to give you, usually we'd get you involved with this, but we can't see any of you. So
we don't know your names.
We can just do a demo. So a great one that we found is We Will Rock You. Everyone knows what the tempo is. It enables people to all join in with each other.
There's no hindrance. Everyone knows what to do already.
So I think it's really important to always start with the beat and make sure the whole session understands the beat before you start adding lyrics and introducing it. So shall we start? So you always set this tempo.
And then you'll go around the group. You'll start with yourself. So you say, 1 second. Hello, hello, Rachel. And we'll all say,
hello, hello, Rachel. Hello, hello, Grace.
Hello, hello, Grace. So it's the repetition that's key. So you introduce it and start it off, and then everyone else repeats, and then by the end they should have a better idea of who everyone is.
Yeah, and it's really easy to pick up, and it's just about introducing people to music, introducing everyone, and enabling them to get to know one another, and also building that. It's a really good icebreaker. The clapping tempo is great for gross motor skills, and it's a familiar tune. So, and it does create that sense of togetherness. Also, you can develop this when you go into in-person sessions. So You can offer the drum to some participants, can offer a drum to other people. It gives a real sense of ownership and purpose, and especially for the younger kids involved, it enables them to feel in control of something and really start forming those connections without having any, and it really puts them in control of the situation.
So you'd play the drum and then pass it on to the next person and say their name.
Yeah. So this is the point at which we would get you to take a popular melody or song and change the lyrics to fit the theme of introducing yourself. So
you can try that on your own.
Yeah.
But this is a good activity to use as part of your toolkit to get the group to have a go at this. It's a nice little introduction to songwriting and improvisation as well, but using a popular melody already, so it's not too intimidating.
Yeah. So you could take Twinkle Twinkle Little Star, or what's another well-known song basically, and change the words so it's all about introducing yourself to one another. And it's really nice if you as a group come up with your own, you have real ownership of that.
Yeah.
And it's a really lovely way of starting a session. Hi everyone.
Hello, sorry
really
about that.
sorry. Yeah, we were cut off a little bit, so we've moved down 3 floors.
We're hoping
Hopefully the
that'll improve
Wi-Fi is a bit
connection.
better here. So yeah, we're just going to share from the current slide. Share screen. Here we go. Okay, so we got on to this is another great starter song. So it's just covers the months
of the year.
And
when it's your birth month, they'll have everyone will get a lovely coloured scarf, which are very versatile. You can use for lots of things. But when your birth month comes up in the song, you wave it.
Yeah.
And it's just another way to spark conversation and connection. You know, you can look over and see someone else who was born in the same month of the year,
Yeah.
and it's just another way, another nice one to do right at the beginning of a session or a project in general, just to form those connections.
Yeah, and it's also a great one that you can do on Zoom because you can just wave. So it can be easily transferred online. So shall we go through it?
Let's sing it.
Okay, if we remember it.
January, February, March, April, May, June and July. January, February, March, April, May, June and July. August, September, October, November, December. August, September, October, November, December. January, February, March, April, May, June and July.
And that's it. I didn't wave on December, but yeah, I forgot. So yeah, that's a great one to just start. It's really easy, and it's a great way for people to start connecting and forming those connections. And
Super easy, and something again that you could adapt if you wanted to change the concept behind it or the tune. If you couldn't remember what we just sang, you know, it's so easy to just adapt.
Yeah, absolutely. So we'll just go through a few of the warm-ups. So we sort of section them into physical warm-ups, vocal warm-ups, and ups. So do you want to?
These are a couple of examples. Yeah, on the screen, a couple of examples. We do all sorts. So we've got the scarves mentioned again there. Parachute, like one of those parachutes that you all hold together. A couple of these kind of exercises we've had to adapt during COVID. With the scarves, we do, for example, we could do the Grand Old Duke of York and we'll say, and when they were up, they were up, and when they were down, and they can do that together. So a child and a care home resident, for example, holding each end, again, just to create that connection. But we don't do that right now because of COVID. We do all sorts of physical warm-ups. We can do body percussion is a good physical warm-up as well.
Absolutely.
Then vocal, so tongue twisters, things to get your face and your mouth. So you can do the gobstopper or a toffee, and you pretend that you've got it in your mouth and chew it, and got to try and like, pick it out your teeth, and it just kind of warms up your facial muscles. And then you can do sort of gentle breathing exercises.
Yeah, absolutely.
Scales.
And lip trills as well. You can sort of make it into quite a fun exercise, and
sirens,
and ask everyone to write their names in the air. And lip trill at the same time, like it's a really nice way of getting everything warmed up.
Yeah, and we always like to try and make them as interactive as possible. So with that one, for example, you get someone to come up and write their name, or you could do it where they paint a picture and you have to kind of sing the picture with the lip trills. The body percussion, you could get someone to suggest another little pattern and everyone else has to follow. So always trying to get that ownership and people involved in it. And then mindful warm-up, so breathing, meditation, mark making, which we don't have time to do now, but we play a piece of music and everyone to close their eyes if they're comfortable, listen to the song, and then draw a picture or sort of dancing, I suppose. And we actually took this one step further in a recent project, and they actually did draw a picture, or you could paint. So that's a really nice one to do. Another one we do is breathing in your favorite color or smell, and then breathing out all the kind of negative energy, and so things like that.
Yeah, and I think those kinds of those kind of mindful ones create a really safe space in which people feel like they can sort of be themselves. And
I think it's nice to kind of get people energized and ready, but then also grounded and not too doesn't get too people too hyped up. You know, you have that kind of grounding element as well.
Definitely. And here's a video of one of the songs. I think it's Grand Old Duke of York, which is a really brilliant one to do with school kids and care home residents. So that's a great one because it includes real clear direction. So I think you pointed on this earlier, Grace, but you have a scarf and you can do it with another participant, and you go up when you say, and when they were up, they were up, and down when you say, when they were down, they were down. It's just a really nice way of simply interacting with one another. So it's really good to choose songs that are known by both generations. So Oh When the Saints, or songs that are really, really easy to pick up. So it's not going to be an issue to teach people who don't know the songs. And songs that spark memory, so timeless classics. And really simple songs you can learn and be taught too easily. I think to have those timeless pieces that are really easy for all generations to interact with.
And it's nice when in the first session or early on to ask what their favourite songs are and have a discussion about that, because that's a lovely way of sharing. And then we can put together a playlist and throughout the sessions play those songs so they hear each other's suggestions, and there'll be some that they all know and some that's new to others, and that's a really nice thing to do as well.
Yeah, so you could have in a playlist
Bring Me Sunshine
or Let It Be, and then Watermelon Sugar, you know, like a real range of songs that, you know, appeal to each generation, and it's a way of really opening up conversation and just listening to tunes that they really love. So here are some great examples which are quite timeless, and these are just different ways that you can interact with the song. So Call and Response is always a really brilliant one. It's a brilliant way to teach all of the participants, and then you can sort of move on to more complicated stuff like two-part.
So if you have two songs that they know quite well already, then you can split into two groups and sing them. If they work together as a canon or round, they can sing them on top of each other.
Absolutely. Improvisation is also a really good one. So we have an exercise called Yes Let's, and helps caregivers and group members to go with the flow. So the group form a circle, and then the leader says, "Let's walk." The whole group shouts, "Yes, let's," and begins to walk on the spot until someone shouts a new action, starting with let's. And it really enables people to take leadership and build confidence as well, in quite a simple and safe way. So it could take the form of anything, but it really, it's sort of passing on that responsibility to someone else so that they feel confident to take part and get involved.
With it.
Yeah, absolutely. Go with the flow, be in the moment. Sorry, so before we play this, conducting is always a brilliant one as well. Just to expand on what I was just saying, it really builds leadership, confidence, gives that sense of responsibility. I think confidence is a huge part of the kind of work that we do, especially with younger people. Building those relationships in order to feel confident within those social settings.
So what we'll do is we'll ask, just before you play it, we'll ask the participant to come up and tell us what signal they're going to use to tell us to start, what signal they're going to use to tell us to stop, and the same for louder and softer as well, and then everyone has to follow whilst singing.
Yeah, so here's just a lovely example of someone conducting. Ooh. And yeah, I think just passing on that ownership is always a really lovely part of the work that we do. So risks and considerations.
So there's always factors you have to consider when you're bringing people together beforehand, so as to avoid any issues. Music roles in diverse groups, facilitators' knowledge and confidence in music, group conflicts, group cohesion, religious beliefs, language barriers, and group size. So these are all good things to know beforehand about your participants, so that you can prepare appropriately to avoid any kinds of issues that might arise.
And also, I think just ensuring that there are staff on hand from both care staff and school staff who are able to, you know, iron out any of those difficulties, making sure that those are in place and will be in place before the session, I think is a really important part of ensuring that a session runs smoothly. Yeah. Sort of racing through this because we don't have a huge amount of time, but
so we'll just finish off quickly.
And I think a huge part of what we do is about co-production. So co-production is ensuring that everyone involved has sort of ownership over what it is that they're doing and has a say in how the sessions will be formed and what will be covered within the session.
So, for example, we started a project a couple of weeks ago, and it became really evident that lots of people in the group loved art and crafts and things like that. So we have tailored the project to go in that direction. So each week we're making a piece of artwork involved with music to then create a mural at the end. So it's about deciding what you want to achieve at the end of the project with the participants, so that they feel like they are involved in the decision-making process.
Yeah, so it's sort of this idea of, you know, tailoring, ensuring that you're meeting the needs and the wants of those involved.
Yeah, and I think it's important so that they actually enjoy the project and get as much out of it as they can, but also the act of being part of decision-making and the co-production is beneficial to them on its own.
Absolutely. And last but not least, Juice and Biscuits is a hugely important part of the session. It really enables participants to engage with one another, talk about the session, and sort of get to know each other on a deeper level to you know, build those relationships and then solidify them. So that's a big part of you know, forming, building and solidifying those connections.
This is often quite important for the show and tell aspect that we mentioned earlier as well, because we as facilitators can go around and sort of get a feel for the conversations, and if there is something that someone could bring in or a story that someone wants to tell, we can make sure that they have the space for that the next time round.
Absolutely. So that is sort of a whistle-stop tour of the work that we do. Real apologies for the tech issues, but if you have any questions,
I think we can stay on for a bit.
Yeah, we can stay on for a bit, so we'll answer a few questions, but our details are on here. Also give us a follow on our socials, that would be really great, and just drop Grace or I an email if you have any queries or want to get involved at all.
Yeah, any points.
So we'll just see if there are any questions. Here we go. Do we have any questions?
Some questions.
If you scroll up.
Are they from earlier on? Have the workshops changed over time? Is it influenced by the participants? Yeah, I think we might have covered that a bit later on. Absolutely, entirely influenced by the participants. We try to tailor everything around their needs and the suggestions they come up with. We're constantly listening and adapting to what's going on around us within the project.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that is the only question.
I think so.
But yeah, it's
there has been. Okay. How did you get young people to want to be involved with old people? When I was a kid, loads would drag their heels, and if that was an option. I haven't experienced that so far, but I'm sure it's the case at times. I don't know if that's maybe changed over the past 18 months, because I think people in general, especially kids, are much more appreciative of any kind of social interaction.
Yeah, I think the rap project that we were doing this morning really showed that actually these 14-year-old kids were really sharing a lot of parallels with how they felt in lockdown, the same parallels as how the care home residents felt. So they were still feeling this real level of loneliness and isolation, and from there they were able to sort of discuss those things and form those connections, despite the fact that they're from two completely different generations. So I think that has definitely changed over the past 18 months.
And that project as well was, again, tailored around the participants. They wanted to be there, they were interested, they were engaged, because it was a genre that they were doing rap, there were rap artists there, they were engaged because it was something that they were interested in as well, which I think is hugely important. What's the one just above? Oh gosh, what's been the most rewarding response from the senior citizens?
It's continuous, isn't it?
There's so many. Well, because I saw the video earlier about Joyce. I've had a situation where a lady who was suffering from Lewy body dementia. She had been a professional singer her whole life, had this amazing voice. She sang all over the world, and she was getting to a stage in her dementia where I don't think she could even remember that part of her life. And she hadn't sung in a long time, and we brought her down for a music session, and she started singing Edelweiss, and there were tears streaming down her face, tears streaming down my face, tears streaming down everyone's face, because as soon as she heard it, it all came back, and she immediately went back to that space, and her beautiful voice came out. And and
I think within this work you continuously see the power and the effects of music, and what it can do, how it can improve mental health and well-being, and how it can prompt memory, and as Joy said, bring people back to life. I think it's it is a continuous thing of appreciation for their engagement with music. Definitely,
it's very joyful, and then they also absolutely love interacting with the children as well.
So we have to wrap up. There were a few questions left unanswered, but thank you so much for joining, and just drop us an email if you have any questions.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Bye.
Bye-bye.